to talk about the Gilda stories. I'm Courtney. This is Miss Jaleesa. Reading me
Hello.
on the book cover. How you doing? Let me turn my lightning on.
Okay.
How
I'm
are you
okay.
doing, Miss Lady?
I'm all right. I had a good weekend staying indoors. Amen. I have not left the house since Friday, and that is something that doesn't happen. Okay, so I'm just thankful that I didn't have to go anywhere. How
There
about
you
you?
go. You know what? Not leaving the house is not a bad time. A lot of people think, oh, you gotta leave the house to have a good time. I
Mhm.
can have a good old
No,
time at my house and never leave.
right. For free 99. I ain't gotta go nowhere.
Exactly.
But the kids, they're like, are we going somewhere every day? Are we going somewhere? No, we're not going anywhere. Because they have a long weekend. They've been out since Friday. They don't have to go to school tomorrow either.
Why?
So tomorrow is President's Day, and Friday was like a professional development day for the teachers. So
Oh,
they had Friday and Monday off. I may
I
go
did
somewhere
not know
tomorrow,
that.
but it's gonna be like right down the street. I'm not taking them nowhere far because I still have to work tomorrow.
Oh, okay. I did not know that it was President's Day tomorrow.
Right. Because we don't get off. Employees like you and myself, we don't like, wait, President's Day. Didn't know it
That's
was
true.
coming up. Yeah.
It's not a holiday
Mhm.
when you get older. It's not like you get. I'm surprised it's not being made into a holiday. But we're gonna let that one go. So I'm
Uh-huh.
trying to get the angle of this right. I look so small in this, but I want to be comfortable and leave my thing back here.
Mhm.
I'll just sit up for now. Okay, yeah, everything's been fine over here. Just work and work. My new job, I'm just trying to figure things out. So I work the next few days, and I've been trying in this book, as you see, we are reading the Gilda stories. I've been attempting to not go fast. There we go. I've been trying not to go so fast because I'm used to just reading a
Really?
book and being done. So I forced myself. I was looking at it. I'm exactly at the 50% mark here, starting chapter 4
Okay.
in 1955. So when we talk, let's not go past that thus far. I think you're a little bit
Okay.
ahead. I actually
Hmm.
read a whole nother book in between.
Really? I thought you were gonna just keep on reading it. It would have been fine with me because I switch between my Kindle and the library book. I've been switching between, and when I pick up this Kindle, I'm reading really fast.
Yeah.
So that's why I had to put it down when I saw that you were at 52. I was like, ooh, ooh, let me stop. I'm going a little bit too fast. So I'm gonna be reading this during the sprints so that I don't end up reading too quick with the Kindle.
I mean, either way, how you want, that's fine with me. I don't know. I was just trying to make sure I pace myself so we're kind of at the same thing. But
Mhm.
it's a chore because I'm one of those people that I get through a book and then I go to the next one. So it was just kind of like, okay,
Wow.
let me stop so we can be at the same
Mm.
part and I won't go overgo. But pretty good. Definitely not what I had expected, but still, I'm liking it. It's just like you were talking about that slower pace.
Hmm.
It definitely has that slower pace. So I recognize that right off, which isn't necessarily that bad, but it's noticeable. Okay.
Right. Right. And even like in between each of the chapters, I've been noting which ones I enjoy more than
Yeah.
the others because of the pacing.
Yeah. Mhm. And I
So,
think it's just like you said in the last time that we spoke that I think the chapters do seem like they maybe get a little bit shorter as they progress. Because the
hmm
first chapter was a big chunker there. So
and
yeah.
now it's better.
Well, so when we last left off, I think we were at the end of chapter 1, right?
Hmm.
So we hadn't gotten to, or maybe we were just right at the beginning of chapter 2, which starts in 1890. And so
Yeah.
since we're at the 50% mark, which is 50-ish, we're at chapter 4 or beyond.
Right.
So in general, I don't want to give too much away, but we can kind of talk about it. The one thing that I did note that I was kind of disappointed in is that like we didn't see her experience through key moments in history that I wouldn't mind seeing. Like, okay, there was the impending Civil War at the end of chapter 1. And then
Hmm.
all of a sudden, chapter 2, you pick up in 1890. And I'm like, what happened to the Civil War? Like, what would you do?
Right. What happened in between that time? We don't
Yeah,
know.
and she never mentions it. So I'm just
Mhm.
like, okay, I was disappointed in that.
Right. Same here.
Yeah.
Same here. It's a large gap in between. That's why I had mentioned, when I was DMing you, that I would have liked more showing
Mhm.
specifically of that. Like, who does she run into during that time?
Yeah,
What kind of experiences,
exactly.
like you said, what did she experience at that time? Because right now I'm feeling like she's happy go lucky.
Yeah,
No
exactly. Like,
trouble
what
at
was your
all.
experience? Yes.
I'm like, girl, you are beyond blessed because you haven't had to
Yeah.
talk about any hardship, nothing.
Yeah, like what was your role during that time? Did you help? Did you knock some heads?
Right.
And then it wasn't until what is the chapter with, I guess it's chapter 4 with Aurelio, is when
Mhm.
she said it's kind of like the first time that she's around, like she said, her people, basically like around like black people. So she kind of
Mhm.
recognizes that while that is her plight from her other life, she still recognizes that she is not them, since she's this immortal person. So while
Right.
it's the same, it's different.
Hmm.
But she enjoys kind of that comradeship, and it's like the first time in forever. And I'm like, girl, this is what 1921. You telling me it's been a long
19.
time before you around people that look like you?
Woo,
It's been
I
what?
never
How
would have
many
thought.
years has it been?
Yeah,
70 years.
a long time.
Long time, yeah.
Jesus.
Yeah, but I thought that was interesting. Okay, I'm gonna look
Mhm.
at some comments here. Okay,
Okay.
think about what you might want to say too. Hey, Elena, how you doing, Miss Lady?
Hello, Elena.
58%, book 52%. Okay, keep at it. You're rocking through this books, lady. Hello, Jessica. How are you doing? Hey, Paul. Hello, hello. Elena says hi. Let me know if any of y'all have read this book, heard of the Gilda stories. Let us know. Beautiful book there. Playing Libby Chicken today, reading Amari and the Night Brothers. Oh no, yeah, keep at it. You got that one, and then how many in the series out? Is it 2 or 3? Have you read Amari?
I think it's 3 books. I've only read the first book. I need to reread the first one because I forgot what happened. But it was
Alright.
good. I gave it a 5. I must have liked something.
I know the general story about Amari,
Yeah, I
but I
don't
know there's
remember.
multiple stories in there, or multiple
Mhm.
books. So hopefully Libby does not win, and then you can finish up. Okay. Although
Yeah.
hit that renew button in case probably somebody's on the hold for that, so you probably can't renew. If you do have to put it back in the queue, though, you know what I do? I return it, then I immediately put myself right back in the
Right back
queue.
in the home. Yeah, same here. Or if you already have, how you can select read with, so you can select Libby or Kindle. If
Yeah.
if you put it read with Kindle, the Kindle version actually lasts longer than the Libby version. Libby will snatch it right up, but if you have the Kindle, it's still there for at least a couple more hours. So,
Oh yeah. Oh,
yeah,
that's a good one.
go ahead.
Okay.
Because I know
Yeah,
Libby
I
don't
feel like
play.
with the read with the Kindle one, I have to return it with my Kindle. I can't return it
Um,
like on the Libby app. But I've never read through Libby unless it's an audio book. I always select Kindle because
well, some of
otherwise
the
I have
books
to go to the Libby app and
some of the
open it
books in my
up.
library they only have Libby and some
Oh,
other
okay.
thing they call over is it Overdrive or Media Dough something like that, but they don't have it available as Kindle, so I have to sometimes read it with Libby.
So you're on your phone or are you at transfer to computer?
My phone and sometimes my iPad.
Oh, okay. Okay. As long as you're not stuck doing this. Can you imagine? Like, I can't just do that for a
Yeah,
full book.
that's
There's no
happened
way.
before with
I
graphic
know.
novels. It's so frustrating. I'm like, dang, my eyes.
I do not like reading graphic novels in a e format. That
Mm,
burns me up. And I like
really?
on NetGalley to request graphics, but it burns me up. But I can't get them on my Kindle, but I can't get them on my husband's iPad, and then we got to fight over it because he wants to keep it for sports. But I prefer graphics on a paper format only. So
Mhm.
only in dire situations will I do it the other way. So
Yeah, it's
Elena
not
says hi
fun.
to Paul. Okay, so let me see. What other points did you want to point out about the book here?
Um,
Oh, the name. How about that? So at the end of the last time we spoke, she didn't have it was the girl. But now we
Right.
hear it's
I was
Gilda.
like, you little booger. This whole time you had us thinking her name was going to be something creative, and it's Gilda.
I was thinking Gilda was gonna come back in some fashion, or we're gonna find out her past because it's the Gilda stories. Okay, so
Right.
when's Gilda coming up?
Yeah. And here we
I was
go. We
like,
have Gilda number 2.
exactly, right?
Hmm.
That
So
was pretty
that was
fun.
really surprising that
Yes.
she wanted to be named Gilda. But
Yeah, she's a
I
young
want to know
lady.
what is her actual name and does she remember it? Because nobody says it. You
Probably
have to know her
not. Because you
name.
know what? I think of it as this way. She really didn't have a life and wasn't really a person prior
Mhm.
to meeting Gilda. And
Right.
Gilda kind of shaped her to who she is and who she wants her to be, which is a companion and all this stuff for birds. So I don't know. That's the way I looked
Mhm.
at it.
Right. Right. No, I agree. I agree. Because I wish I would have had my phone. There are like some quotes that I had highlighted when she does talk about her past life and how, basically as a slave, you have no agency, nothing belongs to you,
Yeah.
nothing is secret, you're told everything to do,
Mhm.
and then I think there was one part where she mentioned something about her mother, like changing up the monotony of things just to
Yeah.
feel like, something is different. So yeah, I don't, yeah, she, I want to know what her real name is. I don't care that it's Gilda at this point because call her girl, that kind of ticked me off because
Yeah.
I thought she had a creative name, but
And she
no,
didn't have a choice.
no choice at all. Because when she woke up, Bert was like, she wanted me to call you Gilda. Huh? She wanted me to call you Gilda. So I'm wondering this entire time when they spoke to her, did they just say, "Girl, come here. Girl, do this. Girl."
I was thinking the same way because nobody ever referred to her. And let's say, like, they didn't say the age she went there, but she was pretty young. So let's say she was 10. She might have been younger. So she was about 17 around this time. So,
Mhm.
well, no, actually, because she said 2 years later.
So
So,
like 1920,
yeah,
something
so
like
19. But it's just still, you went at least 7 years without some sort of name. So she probably had something and they just didn't tell us. But I
that.
was a bit
Mhm.
peeved. I'm like, come on now, y'all.
Yeah.
Just bringing us
Her name is
along. But at least she got a name. So,
Yeah.
um,
Um, I was surprised that Bird went on a journey. I thought she was going to stick around a little bit longer.
mhm.
Um, I have mixed feelings about that because it's like on one point I understand that they feel that she's very smart and she's able to get along by herself, blah 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 blah. But at the same time, it's like you're supposed to be my mentor and you just up and
Yeah.
left me without any kind of nothing. Like there's no explanation as to why you went, where you went, are you coming back? And then it was to me it was odd that the other people that she runs into are like, oh, don't worry about it. Like we saw Bird, she's all right. She'll come
Yeah.
back, when she wants to come back. It's like with this life that you've given me, that's a long time that I'll have to be looking for this person. I think I not necessarily lose my mind, but I think I would lose all hope. So I'm surprised that she's been able to hold on this long without Bird. Because it feels like they
Yeah.
need each other, kind of, you know?
Yeah. But I think that, I mean, I think the way that the book is written, time is like kind of subtle during the chapters, and then between the chapters, all of a sudden you have this time jump, right?
Hmm.
And to me, the way I looked at it is almost like she had, like, I think it was like 40, 45 years with Bird by themselves, like after the first Gilda left. So I
Right.
think she taught her a lot in that time period. But I also think that it's important. Well, I did not see Bird necessarily leaving. I think it's important that Gilda spends this time on her own to discover who she is by herself. And then Bird has to grieve about, not necessarily having taken the other Gilda serious and having losing her lover and friend
Mhm.
and all this other stuff. And then
Yeah.
discovering who she is. Everybody has these little journeys in life because I'm still trying to figure out when Gilda's going to kind of connect more to her past too, and I haven't seen. I thought I
Right.
would have seen it by now, um,
Same.
but I just, yeah, I didn't see her necessarily leaving, but I understand why. I think maybe she was like, I taught you enough for you to get by, and I need to spend some time on my own because I feel like this whole thing just kind of got dropped in her lap. Which, I mean, in reality, okay, Gilda said since the beginning that she was tired. It's been a long
Right.
time.
It's
I
been a
can't
long
live through a
time.
whole another war. Like living through 300 years, You know how many wars that have shaped the world that this woman has gone through? Now, her personally, I don't know because we don't know that, but she has talked about tumultuous times. And she's like, I'm not living through the Civil War. I just can't go through this no more.
Right.
Bird's just like, ah.
Like you said that before.
Exactly. So I think Bird's like, duh. So I think she has to go off and kind of grieve, but she got dumped with the new Gilda. And she's like, nah, I basically got this baby vamp.
Yeah,
I gotta
right.
figure out how to teach her stuff so we can move on and maybe not get caught in this stuff. And I think she's like, look, I need to go do me and figure stuff out, you know. But she did point towards those other two. So
yes. What's his name? Sorrel and Anthony?
Yeah.
So I guess the way you're putting it, it sounds like it's kind of like a vampire coming of age. It's just a little bit longer than a human. Since it's how many years was it between Sorrel and let's see, I didn't calculate it. 1921.
Between 1890 and 1920, so about 30 years.
About 30-something years, which is not that long.
Yeah,
not that long. But that's another thing that confuses me a little bit with these chapters. Like we'll get the year here, but then in the story it'll say something like, "Oh, I've been here for 3 years." It's like, okay, so 3 years from 1921 or 20 is it 20 more years afterwards? Yeah, the math with the years is always trying to figure out. Hey, Chris, yeah, I'm always trying to figure out
the math. And I think the time period in here is slow, but yeah, I think the time period during the chapters, like I was saying, is kind of slow, and then you have this jump in time. So you really got to pay attention to the chapter, like what year that they say that they're on. So it's kind of a nuisance when it comes to that. But yeah, it's interesting. And then, but I also think of this, like I think that she has definitely grown. A lot in there, and I've seen that. Like I feel like I definitely see her growth, especially with all of this business with Eleanor. Okay,
Eleanor, we don't like her. No, because as soon as she came in, I'm like, you know, this she has seductive tendencies. Something is off, especially like when she's looking at her. It's like the entire room lights up.
Yeah.
But if the entire room is lighting up for you, and then you got Sorrel and Anthony looking at you like, don't fall for it, girl. Then why are you falling for it? Why are you sipping the Kool-Aid? Why?
But you know how you have that shiny new beautiful boy or girl, whoever, that you're just like, oh, my crush. And everybody's like, that's the bad boy. Don't do it. Don't do it. You know, they go through them. Don't be one of them. And you're like, oh, no, I'm the one. I'm the one. And then you're like, crying in the bathroom later. That's what that was. I'm going to change them. They're special. You know, that's what that's about. You know, she had to learn. But I think she's probably never really, I don't know. Like, okay, so she went from a brothel, right? Which these women to a certain extent are glamorous in this brothel, but you know what they do, blah, 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 right? So, but this is a woman in, I mean, for what time period this is, Eleanor is this civilized businesswoman running her thing, you know, smelling good, looking good, got her own stuff, not laying on her back to do it. And I just think she saw, and then the woman is like her. They're both vamps. Right. I think she kind of sees maybe something to aspire to in this shiny new penny of Eleanor, or somebody that she hasn't seen before. And is also, it's like me, you know?
Right. I think even her appearance may look a little bit around the same age as Gilda.
She may be too. Yeah, I think she said she was younger, but I think she's just kind of seeing herself in her a bit, you know, because she had met up until that point Gilda and Bird that were like her. And that was it. So now you got this shiny new penny in Eleanor, and you know, she had to test it, you know. So I don't know.
Yeah, cool. When y'all get to the chapter, people were like, what is all tarnation? What is happening? My eyes were just, I was flying across the page because I didn't understand how everything went from like it felt like almost it was going from a friendship into a romantic, situation, and then all of a sudden, bam, all this action starts happening, which I kind of thought was going to happen because old boy, what's his name? I don't know, Samuel.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
He warned her the first time they met.
Mm-hmm.
I don't understand why she wasn't scared. I got scared just reading it. Like, how would you feel if somebody just popped up out of the middle of nowhere when you're leisurely walking down the street and it's like, hey, stay away, but you won't stay away. You're still
Yeah.
there.
She
It
felt
was
she was
wild.
the one, that she was above it all. So yeah, I
I
thought
thought
that was
too.
very interesting.
Like, yeah, at one point, I think when they were going to the opera and stuff, I'm trying to remember the scene where I was like, "Ooh, this is getting a little bit hot." Hot as in like you can tell that the entire time they've been together, Gilda may have been tolerating stuff, and then she finally spoke up, like, "Stop doing that." Because I
Yeah.
think I'm assuming because I'm not really sure. I have to read it again. Eleanor was in her head when she didn't want her to be in there. And she said, "Stop doing it." It's almost like she was
Oh
answering stuff before
yeah.
she can say something. And when she said,
Yeah.
"Stop doing that," that's when Eleanor stepped back a little bit, like, "Okay, maybe I'm doing too much. Let me let you talk." It's like, yeah, you should have been doing that the entire time. You don't get to know people by being in their head all the time and trying to manipulate them.
I like how she was. I like. See, here's the thing with that though. I don't know. I think she was using her abilities. Like I felt that Eleanor, after she checked her, after Gilda checked Eleanor, I think she got it, and she
Mhm.
wasn't, but I think she was just trying to communicate to utilize the ability that they had. And when what's her face checked her, she was like, "Oh, okay, Miss, this girl
Yeah, I
has
can't do
some balls." But I do like that she did that, because at first, remember, even when she was talking about it, she had to remember the other Gilda's lesson, that basically you speak up for yourselves and there's
this.
nothing wrong to asserting your autonomy. Because at first
Yeah,
she was like, "Well, I just meant," and then she was like, "Okay, but Gilda said to do that." Or maybe it was Bird that basically told her, "Don't be ashamed that you have an opinion about stuff and that you want to be your own person, and speak
right.
up and say, I don't appreciate you mind reading. Like, let's have a conversation like civilized people, you know?"
Mhm.
I
Right.
thought that was pretty neat on that one. Um,
Mhm.
that lady was a trip though, but I'm glad that I thought she was going to learn a much more harder way. So I'm glad that that lesson got learned before she wound up doing something really bad to
Mhm.
learn what it really was. But
Right.
I felt like that was almost like her first crush. Actually, not even true. I felt like throughout this entire book, there was this undercurrent of, I don't know. I felt like she had an attraction to almost everybody. I think it's just maybe just the language and how it was used to describe everybody. I just felt
Mhm.
like an attraction type enamorization language that was used with everybody that she met, almost like she just likes anybody,
Right.
maybe
Right.
it's that attraction to
Mhm.
people that, excuse me, that aren't like her. I don't know. I just felt like that was just that undercurrent, and how
No,
she
I understand. I noticed the same thing, and I was going to look it up later to see if anybody would categorize this book as romance, even though there's technically not much romance in it. You know what I mean?
yeah,
Like they say it's romantic writing. I wish
yeah.
that what's her name, Nicole was reading this too. Nicole at Noteworthy Fiction, because
Mhm.
she reads a lot of romance that's not romance according to how
Yeah,
we
she'd be good in
see
that one.
it now, and she'll be able to tell us. But no, I noticed that too. It's almost like she's not necessarily, I don't want to say in love with everyone. It's not in love. It's more like I'm interested in what you
Yeah,
what you have going on. I'm
yeah.
interested in what your dreams are, what your thoughts are, what you
Mhm.
plan on doing. Because I don't know. Did you get to the part where she meets a girl that doesn't have any dreams?
Yes, yes, yes,
That
yes.
right
That's
there, I
yeah.
think that's the part where I was like, okay, she just wants people to want more. And when she runs into people that don't have any of that, like I think it was another person, I think it was when she was with Sorrel and Anthony, and she ran into somebody else that had the similar thing where it was no dreams. He just was greedy. He wanted to
Oh, he was a
win.
swindler.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah. So when she runs into people like that, she's like, well, shocked. How dare you be a
yeah.
human and you have no dreams? But she's always, like you said, like all enamored with people
Mhm.
and how they are, just being the person that they are. Especially with what's her name, Aurelia.
Yeah, really.
Yeah, Aurelia. That's what I wish we knew more about. I feel like there's something about her that she enjoys and loves, but we don't really. I mean, I didn't get much from it. I don't know about you,
I
but
didn't get the
I didn't get a lot.
romance there. Like there was the kiss. I'm just like, I mean,
Mm-mm,
I
I didn't
don't
get
know.
nothing.
Maybe in my head, I think because I was told this was like lesbian vampires. So in my head, maybe I'm thinking too much that, hey, I'm trying to put a romance somewhere with anybody she meets that's female. But
Mhm.
I'm just like, I didn't get a romance. And then there was this
Mm-mm.
kiss, and I'm just like, are they in love or are they just really good friends?
I think they're just
You
really good
know,
friends. You're like sister
yeah.
friends.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so I don't
And
know, but yeah, but I did think it was awesome that she felt that that was somebody that she wouldn't mind spending like eternity with. But
right.
I think she's definitely grown up. Of course, she was a child in the beginning, and then the whole situation with Eleanor where she was naive, and then you look
Mhm.
at the situation with Aurelio where she was contemplating, hey, let me take this person with me. And then
Right.
she came to her senses and thought of this person has hopes and dreams that's
Yeah.
made for this earth and different than mine. And I would be taking them
Mhm.
away from that and the good that they can do. So this isn't in the
Right.
best interest. I just think
Right.
she's definitely have grown. And I
Mhm.
did like that maturity that she has possessed. So that was really good.
Right. Because I
Yeah.
feel like you said, back when she was Eleanor back then, she maybe would have jumped into something really quick
Mhm.
because she is young, and then
Yeah.
she had this sense of loneliness because she
Yeah.
couldn't see herself being without anyone. I'm pretty sure it was kind of hard seeing being with what's his name, Sorrel and Anthony, because they've been
Yeah.
together for how many years? 200 something odd
Something
years.
like, yeah, about 200. They never said, well, they love her. Like, it seemed like Anthony
Yeah,
was like a servant. I didn't see no love
they
there.
called
It
her
was
a
like he's my
companion.
master servant.
I don't know. At one point, I thought that he wasn't like them. You know how you watch the what do you call it? The Dracula movies, and he always has a
Mhm.
servant,
His
and the
flunky
servant eats bug. Right, the little flunky that
is
usually
what they
eats
call him, a
bugs because of
Remquist or
his blood.
something. Yeah.
But no, they said he was a companion, but we don't really know what that entails. Like, what does a companion do? He's just there for all your needs. He's there to listen to you. He seems like a really good listener. That's what
Yeah.
everybody enjoys
Mhm.
about Anthony.
Yeah, he just seemed
He
like a
seems like a
very
good time.
loyal servant. But I didn't get any romance. And like I said, maybe I'm just overthinking it and I'm trying to put some more sexuality in it than I need to.
Mhm.
I'm not sure. I guess I just thought that they would be lovers, but I definitely didn't get it. But it's nice to have
Yeah.
somebody that's loyal to you throughout time.
Right,
So
right.
but they were a fun time.
Mhm.
I really did enjoy. Anthony was a really good character, and I liked how they were just two good dudes. I like that.
Right,
Like even though Sorrel knows that Eleanor is like a pit, pit of badness. He admitted that maybe she wasn't the best for that life, but he couldn't live life without her. And so out of
right.
selfishness, he turned her, and now he realizes she's a bad omen. But
Woo.
and he takes responsibility for that and it's on his heart, but he's not gonna let anybody else do nothing to her either.
Right, right.
Yeah. I thought that was really good though. But yeah.
I hope they explain that a little bit more too. Like, why is it that something that he created, he's afraid to destroy it? Like, is there a rule that you can't do that? I'm trying to figure it out, like piece it together, because the same question came up when they were talking about what happened with Sam and his wife and Eleanor.
Mhm.
Do you remember?
Yeah,
Like,
they were
why is it
saying
that
that.
she?
Say
Why?
again.
No, I'm just wondering, like, why won't she do it herself? Why did she try to get Gilda to do it? She's the one that created
Oh,
Sam.
oh no. Well, I think Eleanor is like Eleanor is one of those people. I equated, I don't know. When I was looking at reading about Eleanor, I just kept thinking of past dating history. Now you have those
Mm,
those people, not just guys, there's girls too, but people that they enjoy the thrill of the chase, right? But once they got you, they're not interested. So it's
mm,
everything to appear this beautiful, shiny coin to allow you to chase them. And once they got you, then they don't want anything to do with you. So it's the
mhm.
idea of what can I get you to do for me? Like, how much do you love me? What lengths are you going to go for me?
Ah,
That's the thrill of it. And the worse, the better. Like, are you going to cut off your toe for me? Like, okay,
woo,
so you can skip your prom to come sit by me and read a book. Okay, great. But are you going to cut off a toe? Like something you really need? You know what I'm saying? Like, okay,
Right. No,
separate.
I get you. Yeah.
But
That's
I
basically
think
what
that's
it is.
Eleanor. She just is like, okay, what am I
Team
worth to you?
peanut.
And as soon as you do it, as soon as you chop your white heads off, then it's like on to the next.
Right. It's like, hey, you did what I asked you to do. Let's see if somebody else to do it.
Exactly, exactly. And then meanwhile, you all strung out and stuff, hiding in the
Right.
bushes, chasing down new girls that don't listen.
Right. That was wild. I was like, you
Yeah,
need to get out of there, Gilda. Leave.
yeah.
Oh my God.
Chris is
Mhm.
saying the concept of found family throughout the book. I like that
Mhm.
idea. We all create our own families. Yes. And we
Yeah.
saw that first when she went to the brothel. And I liked how
Mhm.
everybody was so different. And that's what I think was really cool about this book, right? So not only do you have the girl, let's say from the beginning, she's different than anybody else, right? We already see that. She don't look like anybody else at the brothel. But each
Right.
character that they introduced at the brothel, she gave a little bit of backstory for each of them, and they were all so different, but they were a family together. And
Mhm.
then you had Gilda and Bird, and the girl created their little unit where they were kind of all together, where they kind of separated her because they were gearing her to be one of them. And then you
Right.
have Gilda's gone, and now with Bird and the new Gilda, and they were a little family. Then Bird
Mhm.
disappeared, and then now you have Gilda goes off
So
to Anthony as well. It's just like these
mhm.
recreations of family that's not necessarily blood. And it goes to show you that you don't always have to have blood that binds you. But I also
Mhm.
think that even from the beginning, is she mixed by any chance? Like yellow
It's
or something? I
possible.
don't know. She is?
No, I said it's possible. They don't really
Oh,
say much about her heritage besides her mother being Fulani and trying to hold on to the
yeah, her
practices
culture.
and
Yeah.
stuff, the traditions of, the Fulani people while she's
Yeah.
here in America. But they don't really say much outside of that. But it's
Okay.
possible. I only say that because I feel like she mentioned something about her mother always being in the house.
She did mention that. Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, I didn't. She said, I've never really seen my mother outside of like the kitchen area or the servant area. But it
Yep.
was just something she said later on that kind of just led me to believe that, like, that she was mixed. And I was just thinking back to like the slave masters and stuff and that whole idea of family, of, how they go out and mess with the property and create these
Right.
babies. And,
Mhm.
that's not family. They don't
No,
consider that family, you know?
no. But it's highly
So,
possible. It's possible.
exactly. Exactly. So family is not always blood, okay? For
No.
sure. That's a
No.
good commentary, Chris, right there. Hmm. Let's see, what else do we have here? I'm just thinking of some other stuff before we get to
Oh,
some
I wanted to ask you about the alcohol. Like, was it just me, or did you get tired of them always drinking champagne and wine all the time? Just drinking, just to drink. Like, what do you get
They
out of
living
this?
a
Like, I
good
get it.
life. I got tea, they got alcohol.
What? Oh my god.
Well, they don't
So the
eat
same
though.
thing
That's the
there. Right,
thing.
they don't eat. Yeah, they don't eat. So I guess I'm trying to remember like my experiences watching different vampire TV shows. I feel like that's like a reoccurring thing. Like they don't eat food, but they'll drink alcohol. But
Yes.
what do they get out of it? Like, is that the only thing that you can actually taste and you like?
I think
That's
that's what they said, that it's the taste, because they don't necessarily get drunk. Although, if
Mhm.
it's in the blood of the people that they drink, they did say that they get a little
A little
like
tipsy.
high or whatever off of that. So, but I think it's
Hmm.
just the taste. You know how alcohol, this is like what is this, the 1920s? Wasn't that prohibition in
I believe
1920s?
so.
And then before that, it was kind of like backyard, wherever you can get it. I don't know. I guess the way I looked at it is I think of alcohol as kind of like I don't want to say it's a delicacy, but it's not like I can just go down to the liquor store and get it, type thing
Mhm.
back then.
Right.
So I just think of it as something that they utilize as a form of celebration. So when they get together, that's what they're doing. Because you forget, like, they're hanging around in like brothels and bars and clubs. Like, that's
Mhm.
where they're at like all day, So I think that that's
Right.
probably, or I guess at night because that's when they're awake. But they own clubs and stuff, so alcohol's around there
Mhm.
quite often. So I think that's
All
why
the
they
time.
imbibe that.
'Cause I feel like every page she got a drink. It's like, dang. I understand you gotta
Celebration
look like you
bottoms.
mixing in with everybody else, but y'all are drinking all the time. All the
Yeah,
time.
that's what
All
they
the
doing. They
time.
celebrating.
My
They
head would be
celebrating
bad
life.
after drink number two. They sure are.
Jaleesa was like, I'm not having that.
Yeah.
Y'all drinking too
It
much.
was a
Stop.
lot. I mean, at one point I was like, oh my God, how do you remember anything? But I understand, like their bodies are different and that's just their preference. But at one point I'm thinking that it's maybe hereditary kind of because I'm trying. I wish I would have highlighted it, but I didn't. Sorrel, when he met Gilda, he mentioned something about, oh, we're all family, and all my children or all my family members have this affinity for alcohol or something to that sort. Like he was trying to tell her, like it's in you to want this alcohol. Because I'm assuming he maybe has something to do with the creation of the original Gilda.
Could be.
That's
Could
what it
be.
seems like.
Maybe it'll circle around. We'll see.
Yeah.
That's interesting. I didn't think of that. I didn't think of that. I just thought they were having a good celebration because remember when she came in and Anthony was like, well, would you like wine or you like champagne? And Sorrel came up and be like, champagne, of course.
Right.
It's a
He sounds like a really
celebration.
big personality. This would be a nice, like,
Yes.
little mini series. I would like to see that. Because all the scenes, for some reason, it's reminding me of oh shoot, what is that Netflix movie that was on there with Regina King? Let me look it up. There was a black Western movie with Regina King in it. And I think Jamie Foxx. Let me look it up. Let's see.
Not
Regina.
Django Unchained. That's what I'm
That's
thinking
part
about.
of it. I see that too, some parts. But it's Regina King,
I think
Western.
of Sorrel and Anthony at the club. I keep thinking of the Birdcage. Remember that with Robin Williams and the other guy? That's what I keep thinking of whenever I think of them too.
Mm,
But I could totally be wrong. I think I'm just inputting what I assume about them to be on there. But they did say it had
right.
like the scarf and stuff. Hey,
It's
Asma,
called
how are you doing, Miss Lady? What's
Harder
going
They
on?
Fall. Hey, Ozma.
London
And I
Fall?
even like the outfits when she changes from her dresses to like pants and stuff. I see Regina King.
I liked how
Gilda
she
looks like Regina
asserted her
King.
autonomy to keep saying, I'm going to be true to who I am. So she kind of did a
Mhm.
mixture of what is socially acceptable, like at the time, with her own style, because she knew smart to be traveling in pants and disguise herself a bit. So that was really cool.
Yes. I don't know if you can see this or not, but it's called The Harder They Fall.
The harder they, that
And it had
sounds
Idris.
familiar.
I mixed it up. It's Idris Elba and Regina
Hmm.
King. And
I
something about
don't know
this
that
movie,
one.
when I'm
I
reading
have to
this,
look
that's
that
all I
up. The
see.
harder they fall. Okay.
The harder they fall. It was
Asma
good. A
says,
little long, but it was good.
oh, okay. I'm gonna have to check that one out. Doing good. I'm doing good. We're reading the Gilda story, so we're about like halfway, a little bit past halfway. There we go. We're
Hmm.
gonna be getting some
It's
reading
getting
done. So let
good.
us know if you have
Gilda
read
is meeting some characters, some colorful characters.
it. I'm excited about it.
Courtney, I can't wait until when you get through chapter 4, you're gonna be like,
Uh-oh.
what this book turned into?
I'm a slow reader, so
Nineteen
hopefully, maybe we'll get through this time.
nineteen
How long do you want to
55.
read for? Oh, do you have any other key points you want to point out?
No, no, I don't want to spoil anything. I feel like if I go, I'm gonna keep going. So no, that's all I want. Everything I told you in the DM and what we're talking about now, that is it. That's it.
Okay, that'll work. Uh, let's see. Asma says, I just finished Amari and the Night Brothers 10 minutes ago. Oh, look, somebody else is reading Amari.
Oh
Okay, there
wow,
we go. I've heard good
is
things
there a
about it. I
reason
haven't
for it?
done it yet. Partly because I haven't seen you in a while or something, but you look. Well, thank
Gorgeous,
you.
honey, gorgeous, honey,
Thank you. I'm
gorgeous.
good. Much appreciated. I did nothing special but put on my contacts. Although I do have on my nice, fluffy, night bathrobe because I got cold and this was hanging on a
Mm,
hook. So I've been walking around with this. I am fully dressed, mind you. I just put this on top. I
It'll
was
keep
like, well,
warm. Yeah, the temperatures have been
so
acting a
be
little bit
it.
crazy. The weather is lost here in Houston. All right, one day it's raining, then the next day it's in the 70s, and the next day it's in the 40s. Today I think it's in the 30s. Yeah, make it make sense. I
Isn't
don't
that
know. I
what they
just keep a little
say in Texas? If you don't like the weather, wait a minute, it'll change. When I lived there, that was the saying all the time, especially in spring. Spring was the most tumultuous time. If you don't
air.
like the weather, wait, it's going to change shortly. So you need to bring a sweater and a coat wherever you
Just
go.
in case. Yeah.
Yeah, here I was sitting outside on the deck and it was warm. I had taken a long walk early with my husband and the dog. It was a nice time. And I'm sitting out, then all of a sudden the temperature dropped like 10 degrees and it got really dark.
Woo.
And then it got really
Oh my God.
windy. And then 10 minutes later, it started pouring down raining. And I was like, this is drastic. I'm like, let me get inside and cook before we lose power. I need food for work tomorrow. That's what immediately came into my
Oh
head.
yeah.
I was like, okay, let me rain, send it rain, apocalypse. I need to at least have my spaghetti if the apocalypse is gonna happen.
Yeah.
I put up all my stuff and look, I was diamond painting and sprinting with some people. I put up my stuff and I was like, let me go outside and start cooking. That was nuts. It is a nice fluffy bathroom. I thoroughly enjoy it. Although I'm getting a little hot. I don't know. We'll see. Esma says the book you're reading sounds good. I just read the synopsis. I might read along with you guys. It's a good time. Go ahead and pick it up. Now it is a bit slow paced, and the
Yeah.
wording's kind of like that classical. I don't know the how to describe it. I call it classical language, classical flowery, but it's
Mhm.
not as bad as some other books I have read.
Right.
But it's a good time. It's a good time. I'm enjoying it. If you pick it up, so let us know. Let us know. Okay,
Yes,
Julie,
and it
so you
gets
ready
better
to
with time. I'm
how
ready.
long do you want to
I
read
am
for?
ready.
She got her book. I'm ready to. I'm
Uh,
already in here. And I got my Kindle clicker. How long do you read
I think
for?
we can do. Let's do a long one first, an hour, and then maybe the next one be 45 minutes. So hour.
Okay.
Let's
All
do an
right, that
hour.
works. Okay. I have about till 9:30-ish, 10 o'clock, and then I have to work tomorrow. So that'll be
Okay.
so
Same.
we'll
Same.
just kind of go
Same.
until then. Okay, so it'll be
Okay.
about an hour here. I'll put the timer thing at the bottom there. Okay. Okay,
Thank
y'all.
you.
Happy reading. See you in an
Happy
hour.
reading.
I didn't see the timer. Sorry about that. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. I was going to just
Yeah,
keep on
I was trying
reading.
to figure out why my time didn't go. Oh, I put a timer on. Instead of putting 42 after, I put 48. That explains. Okay.
Hmm.
Well, that's not the correct thing, of course. Anyway, so yes, I am. Where am I at? I am at 59%. So trudging along. How about yourself?
I'm at 60, 65.
Okay.
I think
Okay.
65.
So you're at the part where you
Hmm.
probably are seeing the resolution to the part that I'm building up. They're at the cabin right now. So, but yeah, it sounds like things are
Yes.
getting wild. Oh, let me take this off.
Yes. So far, that's my favorite chapter. Hands
I
down.
like that the women
Favorite
are
chapter.
helping each other, getting ride or die, man. Everybody needs a Savannah in their lives.
Yes.
Yeah.
Savannah don't care.
I think working women
She's like,
together,
what
they
I
know
gotta
the dangers.
do? Put me in, coach. And they keep telling her, like, girl, you don't want this.
She's
This
like,
man
nah,
is
I
crazy.
got this. And I even got a flunky to help me too.
Right. She's like, I got my 45. I got skip. Let's go.
Very good. Let's see.
Oh, Savannah, I wish I could see her. I can kind of like envision her with like the white hair. I think it's white or
Yeah,
blonde hair. It's platinum blonde,
that's
you
very
know? Because she
interesting.
saw a picture in a National Geographic magazine of an
Who
Aboriginal.
does that?
I can't even get it out.
I'm like, you know what? She has imagination. Hey, look, I want to look like this.
Hmm.
Look, I have traveled around different places, but you know, I've been around the streets of Philadelphia. I don't think I've seen any more wilder hairdos than maybe out there. So there's something for everybody. Okay. One of the beauties I think about hair of being a woman, especially a black woman, is the versatility and the creativity that we allow ourselves. So you know what? I'm not mad at it. You want
Yeah.
the blonde, platinum, whatever it is of an Aboriginal, go ahead with your bets. Let's see. Here's Keita. Hello, lady. How are you doing? Let me
Yeah.
take this thing off here. Hopefully, you're having a good day. How's it going? How's it going? Uh, so, what parts have stood out for you?
Um,
Ooh, I'm sweating
in
up in here.
that particular chapter,
Well,
like
I'm still in that one, so let's not get too far. But yeah, I'm still in
which,
that one. I think definitely the whole let's get Fox.
yeah. And that wait, so did you get to the okay, you're at the cabin, so that means you already saw the fire and all the stuff that
Yes, yes, yeah, yeah. We
that
just got to
part.
the cabin.
I think that's when I messaged you and I was like, oh my God, I'm gagged. My mouth was open.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah, I mean, people go down to some lengths. I didn't expect Fox to be of the same as them. I'm trying to be like covert, but not
well, that's
covert.
the thing.
But
Like,
like them, I'm like, okay.
how does that work though? Like in that particular chapter, I kept wondering to myself, how is anybody that has their ability able to actually know that they've seen somebody that's like them unless they get up close and see their eyes?
I've been thinking that. I don't think it's the eyes though. I think it's
Mhm.
like he just has special eyes, but I think it just has to do with just I think like a sense of who they are. People say they have a radar or something about people.
Mhm.
I think is that. But also they were saying that you could block. Apparently he'd been blocking himself because
Right.
Gilda's been there a
Blocking
minute and
his
didn't know
thoughts.
since.
But it's
So I love that they have all these interesting abilities to do things,
mhm.
Like when Bird breathed like pulled all that smoke out of Toya's lungs.
Mhm.
I was like, really? That's awesome. She did CPR and got rid of all the smoke, and
All the
bam, she's
smoke.
good to go.
Mhm. She was all right.
I
Yeah.
know. So I thought that was crazy. Yeah.
Yeah, I wonder how their powers work. Because, like you said, they can block people off. But if that's the case, I would think that as part of Gilda's teaching, they would have taught her to block herself at all times because you never know what type of vampire you're gonna run into, because it seems like there's two types. There's the type
Mhm,
that does the exchange, like they
mhm.
seek out the blood, but
Yeah,
they leave
they
something in the
share it.
process. But then you also have the other vampires where it's like they don't care. Life
Just
doesn't
kill them
mean
all.
anything. They torture people. They torture each
Yeah.
other. Like they get off on being cruel. So you
Mhm.
never really know who you're gonna run into. So I would think that that'll be the first thing I do: block off, learn how to block off my mind so nobody can get into it.
That's a good idea. I like that
Mhm.
idea. I
Yeah.
think that she said a few times that she never really expects to meet people like her because it's been so long since
Mhm.
she has. So maybe she just kind of let her guard down and just isn't thinking like that. But that's a good
Right.
point of I would do that because you never know.
No.
I mean you don't run across anybody until you run across somebody. Like when Bird just pops up on the door, like she expects it to be somebody else and opens the door and there's Bird. It's like, you
Yes.
know.
Oh my God, I was shocked at that too. I completely forgot. She just literally she dropped herself off at the doorstep and was like, "Hey, girl!" Like she never
Here's
left.
my issue with that though. Remember at the end of chapter 3, how she sensed Bird, right? And was like, I'm coming to you, or something like that. That was what, 1921-ish, and we're in 1955. I was thinking Bird was coming back then, but no, she just sensed her. I guess it was a sense of, hey, you know how they can sense each other since they're family and made from
Mhm.
the same people. But I guess it was just a sense. But I was under the impression that she was about to pop up at the beginning of chapter 4, so I was a bit
Mhm.
disappointed that she like didn't pop up at that
Right,
time period. You know what I'm
right.
saying? It's a time period. So I guess it's just her just I guess because remember when she was talking about with Aurelio, she was talking about maybe making her, but then she was like, no, we're not gonna, basically she was like, no, I'm not taking this
Mhm.
lady from my life. I guess it was Bird just gave her a sense that you're not alone
Right,
in this world. But she's like, we're not alone, but I'm physically still not
right,
gonna
right.
be
It's like I'm
there.
here. Just wait. Pause. It's like
Yeah.
wait, but I can't see you. I can hear you, but I can't see you. That was strange.
And then she pops
Ooh.
up. And what's up with this whole naked, share the blood,
Oh
suck
my
from the
God.
breasts? I'm like, is this a lesbian
See,
scene?
that's wrong.
I'm thinking, okay, they're about to do some stuff, and I'm about to
No,
see some stuff, and that's
no,
I'm disappointed.
no.
Okay, cut
We
me a
just sharing
burger,
blood
come
again.
on
That's
now.
all.
And you got to do it from the titty.
Yes,
Like, come on
you
now,
have
what
to
is this? Come
suckle.
on
That's how
now.
you get the blood. I completely
I'm
forgot
just
about that part.
like,
I thought it was strange, but at the same time, I was just, this is me assuming. I thought that they had completed the, what do you call it, the bonding or whatever they do a long time ago. But it seems
yeah,
like this is like another part
yeah.
in order to complete.
I think this is like a
Oh,
reunion. I think they had already did that. But the blood they consider it's a
mhm,
sharing. It's a shared experience. Even with people they're stealing
mhm.
blood from, okay? Because I have an issue still with that. You're talking about you're getting your share of the blood. How's it your share when I don't know? Yeah, you gave me a good memory, or maybe you give me some more motivation in life when I had none. But I don't know that you took my blood. That's nothing else, okay? You stole something from me. We didn't ask. We
I
didn't
didn't know
do
you took my
it.
blood.
But exactly. But her and Bird, yeah, I think it's just like a sharing, like in their weird way, because blood is like a life force.
Right,
That's the
right.
way I looked at it. So once I got past the fact that we're not about to get a sex scene, then I was like, oh, this is kind of beautiful, although it's
Mm,
messy, but why you gotta get butt naked and lay down? Just
ugh,
I
ugh.
was just like, I was a bit disappointed. That scene did not go the way I thought it would based off the beginning. I was like, okay, I'll let them
Right.
roll with this. I guess there's no relationship. Because I was going to consider it kind of incestuous because Bird kind of was like her
Mhm.
teacher, when she was a child.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
yeah, I think it's just them
That was a
sharing
scene to
intimacy.
behold. I I blocked it out. It
Can
happened
you
so
imagine?
quick. I was whoa. I was like, okay, this is interesting. And at one
Yeah.
point, I was thinking, like, why does she keep saying? She kept saying things like, "Oh, maybe Bird won't let me die." Because it's when I was reading it. I don't know about you. When I was reading it, it sounded like blood, not blood. Sorry, Bird was going to drink her dry. Because there's a, I wish I could find a. There's a part where she says like the bone separated from the meat, and at one, I was like, so is Bird
Yeah,
trying to
I
kill
think
you?
she's no, I think she thinks Bird's mad at her. And that's the thing. And I feel like Bird summed it up, which is exactly what I was thinking, that Bird, had to go away and find herself and realize that old Gilda had been telling her all along and she missed cues. And then Bird reaffirmed and that exact thing. But I think that Gilda, the new Gilda, I think thought that Bird was mad at her, and that was one of the reasons that she left. So she felt that Bird was going to basically
Right.
drain
And
her
it's like,
dry. And so that's why she was there naked, just waiting, and then just accepted her fate. And then Bird was like,
right.
"No, get a little
So here
blood
it
from
comes,
here.
girl.
No,
Let's
you
do
get a
this.
little blood from her too." By the way, pinch my nipple at the same time. I'm still trying to figure out this scene. Why are you playing with
Why
this?
that way? Always. We will never know. We will.
Jewel Gomez likes to suck you in. I'm
We
telling
thought we
you.
was gonna get some action. No action. It was action, but not
I know,
that kind of
right?
action.
Like this book is wild, but wild in a
Mm,
subtle way. You know what I'm saying? It's not like one of them action packed, but when you do get to
what?
some, you're like, what? And it is very slow paced because even this whole scene that I'm on now, like they're at the house or hiding out, it's dragging on.
Yeah.
I even skipped like a half paragraph. I'm like, y'all are discussing like the layout. I don't care the layout of this house.
Yeah,
I
we
just
know
want
the
to know
summer
what
home. We got
happens,
it. Nobody barely comes here. We got it.
Exactly. You're dragging it out. So
Yeah.
I'm just like, okay, I'm gonna roll with it. Okay, but Fox better get his,
Right.
otherwise I'm gonna be
Keep on
upset.
going.
But
Keep on going. I'm still trying to
yeah.
figure out the powers, how they work, because it seems like based on him, like the way he works, he most likely can sense them from far away, like far, far away. Because it
Mhm.
sounds like they drove like a couple of hours to get away from him. I'm assuming.
That's what it seemed
And it's like,
like.
how is he able to find you from all the way out there? Can he hear thought? Can he hear those thoughts and zone in on just those? And then why is it that take it back? He maybe likes to play with his food. I'm assuming because if he can read their thoughts, that means he can also read Toya's thoughts. There's no point in him even doing all of this besides like the chase.
Yeah, he
He's
playing around. He playing around
the
because he
whole
knew who she
time.
was. He knew she was at the beauty
That's why he
shop,
lit it
all
on
this
fire.
stuff. Exactly. And how did Gilda, by the way, learn to do hair? But that's a whole nother ball game. I
I
just
want to know
wish
the
there's
same
something
thing.
I want
How
to
did she
know
learn how
about.
to do hair? She has like a jack of all trades.
Let's see. And we're in. Let me see. I'm trying to figure out what I wrote down here. I wrote down Bird's back, naked, sleep, blood shear. So we
Bird
discussed
came
that.
back, and so I'm gonna show you
And
what you've been missing.
yeah, exactly. And then what we didn't discuss at the end of chapter 3 is remember when Gilda wrote Aurelio
Mm-hmm.
that letter and basically told all the business and she felt free. It's always freeing to kind of write down
Right.
your truth because you've been holding it in. But I'm like, what? There better be some ramifications of that. There better not just be the whole idea of the human psyche of you feel better when you release the thing. But what about this letter?
It
I
doesn't seem
want to
like it
know.
comes back up. I mean, unless if we knew how old Aurelia is, then I can see her popping up back up again. Because that was what 1921. And then
Yeah, so she is times
chapter 4 is
5.
1955, and then where I am
Yeah.
is 1971, and I just started. So I don't know. Maybe Aurelia will pop up again.
You never know. Maybe she left a letter
Somebody
somewhere
else got
to
it.
a
Oh,
grandchild. I don't know. I'm just
I don't
speculating.
know.
We'll see. But I was just curious about why she left that letter. And then it's like, that's the whole taboo. One of the first rules, we don't talk about Fight Club. Second rule, we
Right.
don't talk about Fight Club. You're not going to make this lady one of you. Why are you telling her all the business? And you only knew her for 3 years.
She told her everything with great
So
detail.
I know all the of details. She probably wrote down
Ooh,
names and social
I
security
hope not.
numbers. Just told all the
It was
business.
like, well, if you're looking for me, you can go to such and such and da 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 da. And it's like, wait, no, leave the names out. Just say I've had these different experiences and call it that. Maybe because she older or
Exactly.
something. I don't know.
Yeah.
Because
So
they seem to be really close. Really, really close.
I guess I don't know. I felt like it was a good friendship, then there was a kiss, and then there was a
Right.
rap, and I'm just like, something ain't
Yeah,
right.
that
But
was one of my least
you
favorite
know,
chapters because I was
yeah,
like, why are we here? Why are we
yeah,
here?
that's true. I think we were there to just see her
Okay.
growth. I think that was the purpose of that chapter, just to see the growth of her from the previous chapter when she was
Right.
a
Because
dummy.
that was a trip.
So,
That
we'll
was
see.
a child. I thought she was never going to recover after that. Woo.
Exactly. Okay, so Elena is 10 chapters away from
Okay.
finishing the book. Oh, good gosh. Okay, good job. Well, we're going to get back
Yeah,
to
we got.
a sprint and read some more. Maybe I can finish this
Mhm.
chapter uh, and then go from there. Okay. Okay, so 45 you
Yes,
were
we can
saying
do
before?
45. Unless you want to do an hour, it depends on how you
Okay.
feel. Like, where you at in the book? Do you feel like you can read more? Push on through for hours?
Oh yeah. I mean, I plan to read until I get tired, or well, I mean, I got to go to work, so 9:30, 10
Okay.
o'clock, it's a
Well,
wrap.
let's
So,
do an hour then.
but yeah, that works. Yeah, we can do hours, see where we go from there, and then we could do 30, 45, or maybe an
Okay.
hour and close it
Okay.
out.
Good deal.
Okay, that works. So 40, we'll say read until 59 after. Okay, y'all. Happy reading. See you in a bit. Hello. How did that reading go for you? How far did you get?
Hello there. Made it to.
To where?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now.
67.
You're 67%.
67%.
Okay,
Yep,
I'm about where you're at. I'm at, I think, 68%. She just went back to Sorrel and Anthony's spot.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah. Did she go back to California or did they open up a spot in New York? I was kind of confused.
Yeah, there's a spot in New York.
Oh,
So
okay.
I remember her saying he had been there for like the last 10 years, and
Oh,
he's still not used to it.
okay.
There's something different about the. Let me see. Yeah, it says I don't know what page it is. It said it was. Hold on, which location number 3106.
Okay. I think
It's
I
a
remember
very
that. I remember
your
them saying
Kindle.
that
And said it
years.
was okay. So wait, la, da, 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 da. She missed walking the streets of the city because she was talking about San Francisco. It was
Mhm.
as far into the past as she ever ventured, and there was an ease among the people, one that Sorrel, during his decade here, had not yet been successful in transplanting to the east. So they've been there for the last 10 years.
Okay. You got to
Yeah.
move. You got to have time. It's 1971. When she first saw them, it was 1890.
Mm,
Yep. So, yep. Almost a
been a
full
long
100.
time.
Well, over four. No, almost a full 100 years. So,
Mhm.
okay. Okay. So, yeah, I don't think, I mean, the fight at the end of chapter 4 was really like a lot going on. But like I said, everybody needs a Savannah in their life, man. Ryder.
Mhm. Yeah, it went down really fast. But something about how they found the body makes me think that may not be the end of him in a way.
So
Because they
I
just
was
found corpse.
confused. What happened? They cut his heart out. I get that and burned it. Then she says she took off his protective clothing. Did they just leave him exposed to the sun? Is that what happened and he disappeared?
That's what I'm thinking.
I was just kind of
Yeah.
confused because I was thinking, oh, they're going to drown him. But then she was like,
Me
let me see about the
too.
boat if things there. So I don't know.
Hmm. Yeah.
You can't live without a heart. I mean, I guess it's, unless it regenerates. So I'm assuming he's gone. But that was, I think, quicker than I had expected it to be. I thought there would be more, but the fight itself was pretty good.
Right, right. In my head, it played out like that scene in Twilight
Yeah.
when they were inside the dance studio.
Minus the heroine, okay?
It was going so fast. Like, oh my God, okay, what is happening here? And I
Yeah.
was assuming that the drugs would really wouldn't do anything. You
Mhm.
know, they said it would slow him down, but I don't think it slowed him down enough. Especially if he
Yeah.
was able to take Bird's hand and like almost try to break her wrist when she had the knife trying to cut out his heart.
I
Mm.
felt like they waited so long though, because here's the thing: they injected them with it, and they were like, "We don't know how long this is gonna last." But then you
Right,
go out, get a rug, and drag them down to a boat dock. Why don't you just do the damage right there?
right. I
Why
was
y'all
thinking the
waited?
same thing. I expected them to cut the heart out in the house and
Mm-hmm.
then take him out to the boat.
Yep.
Not let's drag him all the way to the boat, then cut his heart out. Oh, he's waking up.
Yep.
He's
You
waking
got a
up.
poet. I want to support my
Yeah, that
people.
this was going on for a minute, back to back to back. So they may come back later. I don't know if you can see on your end, but I put them in timeout for 10 minutes
Oh,
because
okay, no, I'm just looking. I'm just looking. It's
they
like,
were
hey,
doing
poet
a
Nexa, how
lot.
you doing? No, but I appreciate you joining the stream and supporting us talking
Yeah,
about.
we don't need you spamming the comments. Next time, slow down.
At
It was
least
like 10 in 1 minute.
let us know if you've read the Gilda stories. We'll talk about that one.
Mhm.
Let's see what happened in that one. Okay, so that was that. Pretty much, I felt like that whole chapter was a leading up just to show how ride or die that they are to taking care
Mhm.
of people and supporting each other. So I
Right,
really did like that. And then you start the next chapter, and then Bird is nowhere to be seen. So, but she did say that she was going to go back to her family, so we knew she
right.
wasn't staying. She was just there to
It was
lend
like
some
a quick
support.
little visit.
So
Hmm.
that was good. And then I'm just looking at
Did you
some.
not wonder like why nobody really thought it was strange, all the stuff they were doing? Like I was waiting for Skip and Toya and Savannah to wonder, like ask questions. Like why do we have to go and check the boat? Why do
Yeah,
we
they're
have to
like, go down to the dock. No matter what you hear, don't come back. The only person that put up any stink about anything that was said was Savannah because she
Mhm.
wanted to be part of it. But nobody asked about why are y'all in the attic all day by yourselves? It's like, that ain't normal. Like, why are y'all together? Why are you tying
Nobody asked the question. I know me, my nose behind will be wondering why y'all going up there. It's
Yeah.
cramped. It's not enough space for both of y'all. But okay, I'm gonna let
And
you
how
have
do you
it.
know exactly when he'll come? How do you know that he's outside? Yeah. Those
Right?
were
Nobody
leaps of
asked that.
faith. But you know what? They were ride or die in that. I was thinking Savannah, who is like, she's tough. I don't know why in my head I was thinking, ooh, maybe they're gonna make her because she make a good, but
Right. That's what I
yeah,
thought too. But she
but she
seems
has a
like
lot of
she'll be a really
spunk.
good vampire. Hmm.
Yeah, but I think she still has a whole lot of living and a lot of spunk already. See, I think they need somebody that has nothing on this earth to tie it to them, and then
Right.
that's the type of person. So, but I do get a sense in chapter 5. Now, I'm not too far into it, okay, but I do
Mhm.
get a sense that um, Gilda is maybe getting a little lonely that she's kind of entertaining this Julius guy, and wasn't it somebody else she thought of maybe turning or whatever?
Um.
But I do think
No.
that she's getting a sense of that she returns to like Sorrel and all of them, and maybe, thinking she needs to commune with some other folks. So we shall see how that pans out.
Right.
But I do like the conversations that they're having. Like it's in a general way. Um, like I think this book kind of skirts the issues that are going on in the world by
Hmm.
not saying them directly, but and it very poetically kind of says it too, by the way. But I like how they're talking about, how basically Julius was saying he sat in one of the civil rights movements for all the sit-ins and
Hmm.
stuff. And then once the civil rights movement was over, basically you put up all of your gear or whatever, and now you find yourself basically keeping books for white people that are attempting to basically play theater. And he kind of feels like, what's my purpose in life,
Right.
So it's
Right.
like fought for liberation. Now we got it. What do you do with it? And then they have this whole conversation about that's as far as a lot of the leaders thought for the world, for Black people specifically, is for civil rights to get on equal footing. And now you got that, at least on paper, but they didn't have a vision of where else to go to extend that further out. And I think he said basically, in a nutshell, he basically said that we're lost, like as a nation, as people, that they're lost. And I thought that was really poignant because I can see that. um, and I also thought it was interesting that he was talking about, or she was talking about, um, comparing slavery to the prison system because I guess that was that prison riot in Attica State Prison, and then of course she's lived through slavery, so she talked about the blankness of stairs of submission on Black bodies and Black men's faces. So I thought that was very interesting.
See, I didn't catch that. I didn't know what she meant when she said Atticus or
Yeah,
Atticus.
there's actually a book that I read. I thought the ride was in 1979, but maybe it was in 71. But there was a riot. It's a prison in New York. Attica, I think it's called Attica State Prison or whatever. But anyway, there was a riot. The prisoners, mainly Black, were talking about how they were just being humanely treated. And they kept trying to bring their demands up and everything, and nobody was hearing them. And so they staged a riot. And I think it was the mayor or the governor or whatever. I forgot how many days that they basically took over the prison and took prisoners hostage, like some of the guards hostage. And then after a while, I forgot how long it was, the mayor or the governor basically called in. I think it was it the state police or the National Guard? It might have been the state police, and basically just gunned these prisoners down like animals.
Mm.
and basically forced their way into the prison. So just very inhumanely, basically just killed them and didn't care, indiscriminately, just shooting up people. So that was what it was referring to. The only reason I know about that is because I read a graphic novel called Big Black Atticus, which is really good. It tells that in a graphic format of that story, but I read that last year. But she was basically referring to, when she's referred to Attica, about that prison, about how basically these black prisoners were basically gunned down by this white police force with brutality. Yep, there we go. That's exactly the book.
Okay.
Very good book. But she was referring that to slavery. People have such blank stares and the defeat, you can see on their face. But very good.
Yeah, I didn't
And then,
know about that.
yeah, it was really good. And then she brought in a few different points in this chapter. It's just like just a few, and this is just the beginning, because I'm at the beginning of the chapter. Her and Julius, I think, have like really good conversations. Okay, so I'm hoping there's something between them they come up. We shall see. But she also talks about how, or is it him? I think it's her, about how black men basically don't support black women.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, but the people that support women are other women. But women are always the ones holding men down.
Right. I saw
So I
that.
got that. I was like, okay, girl, you have the pulse.
Some deep conversations over here. So they were having some deep conversations.
Yeah, I'm like, they having some deep conversation, and I don't know, wherever this time frame after the theater, just over coffee. It's like, okay.
I mean, I don't know about you, but for me, I feel like this is the most that she actually has spoken. You
Mhm.
know, like I don't feel like she has that many dialogue parts. She'll say a little bit here and there, but it's not as much as she's saying in this chapter.
Mhm.
So yeah.
Yeah. And it's about the state of the world as a whole, which does affect her. She's a immortal, of course, but still she represents and looks like she fits into with this population. So I just think
Mhm.
she's very aware of like what's going on. And I like that her and him have these deep conversation about something that's relevant to them.
Right.
Uh, what was I saying? I highlighted
It's
something.
unfortunate that like she don't see much past like friendship with him because I feel like they kind of what based on that one conversation, it seems like they fit each other well. No, I
Yeah,
thought she said that I don't want to mess his friendship up,
yeah.
but I'm like, why not? You have nothing but time on your hands.
That's true, man. I'd be breaking some hearts or
You
trying. I don't know.
try and see if you
Yeah,
like Julius. Julius, but then again, I don't know. He may seem a little bit too young for her. He needs to grow a little bit more. Who knows?
yeah, that's true. Well, I think she doesn't want to get involved with anything because,
Mhm.
that's hard keeping a secret that, hey, I'm not exactly him. And, we
Right,
can't go for a walk in the park at 2 p.m., So I think it's just she keeps a distance from people.
right.
And
The mortals.
I think that serves her well, but she's considering it like, look, she's at Sorrow's now to, go to a friendly place, and she's thinking about it. Like she was saying, she doesn't know why this is like blogging her and on her brain so long.
Mhm.
So I think that she's just kind of, like I said, I think she's getting kind of lonely. It's been, when did it start? It's been since, let's see,
1955 to
started. So
1971. So it's
yeah, it's been
about
100 years at least that she's been a vampire.
right. Because there was one part in here where she, I don't know, I think it was chapter 4, where she did mention her journey through her first 100 years.
Yep, I remember that. Yep, yep. So I think that and she's mentioned a few times, with even with Bird about making somebody one of them or something like that, or never considered it until I had to. So what did she say? I could never consider making somebody one of us until I put to rest whatever it is between me and you.
Hmm.
Well, her and Bird have now, you
Right,
know, shared some blood. We already discussed that. So it's like, what are you gonna do? Birds with her family finding herself. You have
right. So
trauma.
you
I
need to
like
move
how
along.
she's done that and lived though. Remember how when she went to Sorrells and Anthony's the first time, and she was like, she was like, basically, what do I do without Bird? I need to wait for her to come to me. And he was like, you need to live in the meantime, travel and stuff, and she's done
Right.
that, you know. Seems like she's putting money in different pockets of the world. So wherever she go, like she got this whole tenement, this whole building right here where she's at.
Yes.
Did that probably 50, 60, 70 years ago. So
Child. I was like, look at you,
I know.
mogul, business mogul.
Working for a theater and don't even have to. You just want to because you're like,
No, she's just like trying to find stuff to do with her time.
and she told the guy when he was like, what do you do next? She was like, well, you do this until you don't like it anymore. You need to do something else. That's kind of nice to just have that.
I'm sure he was side-eyeing her, like, are you sure about that? Like,
He's like, I'm trying to pay bills. She's like, well,
right. I don't have time to be just dipping and dabbling, trying to find what sticks with me. No.
Exactly.
Mhm.
Yeah, but then right now it's just talky, but pretty good though. I'm liking them two together. Okay, of all the people we have talked about, I'm liking it. But she also did make some sort of comment about how, unless I misread it, that she's only ever really formed connections with women. And this is kind of like, how did she phrase it? Something about this is my first time really having a connection with a man. She didn't say it like that. But the way she said it was basically all of her connections up until that time had been with women.
Was it with Julius or was it with Marcy? Mark?
Yeah, she was talking about that. She was thinking in her head about just the people that she's connected with and stuff. But to me, I took that as, her considering Julius as maybe something more, something she never really thought much, of.
Mm.
Oh, hold up. It says, as a friend. Oh, okay. So I'm actually on this page here where she's talking to Anthony at the bar. And she's talking about I can't have another loss like Aurelia or Eleanor. And what's his face asks, what's this friend's name? And she goes, Julius. And he asks, he takes a place in your heart. And she goes, as a friend, yes. I feel none of the overwhelming rush of desire that blurred my vision with Eleanor. No, that's not the part. But she was talking about that. She's talking about feeling certain. No, it was something else. But anyway, maybe I mistook it. It's just the idea. But she is considering him as something more than, just this passing person. So I just think in one fashion or another, I think that she's definitely getting lonely in one fashion, maybe just having a companion with her throughout time or a lover. Maybe she's disguising it. I haven't gotten to that, but I got heart pattering feels before like she's fighting it. But I do like how she said, what did she say? Hold on, let me bookmark this page. I do like how she said when she's sitting there with dinner with him and she senses that, he would like something more. And she goes, oh, we can only be friends. And then she senses him about how he kind of changed into his head. And he goes, I hated the way men shift gears to protect themselves from humiliation.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's interesting because you ever had a guy that is like, they come talk to you, right? And they're, you're basically saying, I'm not interested. So you shift from liking me to all of a sudden I'm a B or I'm a G or I don't like you anyway, or you ugly. So I don't even care. Like, well, you were liking me before until I showed you out.
Exactly. You were holler at me before and all of a sudden you just switch it up. You don't like me no more. I'm all kind of bees and hoes. What is going on?
Exactly. That's
just
exactly
I know with grace. Just want to know. Yeah.
But she did establish that very good. And I like that because right after that, she was like, hey, would you like to go? Because she sensed, and that was really good of her. Like she sensed that he needed a friend more than a lover. Because she said he was lonely too. And maybe that's where I'm getting at. They're too lonely.
Right. He was lonely because I think he didn't have any surviving family members. It's just him.
Yeah. So maybe that's why she's considering more. Maybe I'm thinking more of just loneliness and not romantic. Because there really hasn't been anything she said. Maybe I'm just liking him for her. But I think she's considering that because it's like, what's tying him to this world,
Right.
Actor, he's already accomplished what he was doing before with like civil rights movement and stuff. And
Mhm.
he's alone in this world, you know? So I think she feels kind of that same way. So I don't know.
Yeah. I'm there with you. I liked him for her, but she shut it down real quick. Like, nah, we just
Well,
we are
she
gonna
put a
just listen.
romantic relationship down, but she left it open as a friendship. And he, you know what? He's a big man too, because you know how we were just talking about, oh, I don't like you. Well, I don't like you no way, blah, blah, blah. That's guys, right? And then they tell you off. And when you try to put them in friend zones, they get in their feelings, right? Because
Hmm.
I've had some friends, but guys, they always wait in the corner. I've had some guys I put in friend zone, and we actually became friends and hung out. But you know how guys are. Like I said, they're probably still waiting for a moment of weakness. She'll change her mind. So I don't know if this guy is, but he was receptive to it because she can
Right.
see in his mind that he was still thankful when she said, "Oh, okay, but why don't we go and look at this theater or something or whatever?" He was like, "Oh, great." So he
Hmm.
got over himself very quickly and still wanted to keep her in his life despite not exactly getting what he want.
Right. Right. He took the high road,
Exactly.
a little bit more mature than what we're used to seeing. You know.
Yeah, that's true. That's
Mhm.
true. You
He
never
was like,
know.
"Wait, how dare you say no to me?" It's like, dude, there's other things to see. There's more women than men. Go out there and find someone that may like you. Like,
Exactly. Because he sounds like a cutie. Although she did say he's shorter than she is, but he is tall.
hey.
She's Oh, I liked in the last chapter. Remember when the girl Savannah was talking about she was having issues with this one guy that wouldn't leave her alone? And so
Oh,
she found
Frank.
this lady, Danny.
Hmm.
Girl, I was like, oh, Danny, what you
What is
been?
what is happening? So wait, that's what makes me wonder. That person that she went to, I guess it was their establishment or something. Is it Danny?
Yeah, Danny,
Right,
female. Yeah.
Danny. Like, is she like just basically a what do you call it? Not a madam. What is the
Yeah,
female version of a pimp?
a pimp. You can have female. I just call them
Okay.
pimps. That's some female pimps. She
Yeah,
big
she's a
Bertha
pimp,
and
but she's
large.
like
She
a
the
pimp
one that
without
when
a
you go to prison that turn you out when you go there.
right. That's Danny.
And that's what
But
she did. They insinuated that. Remember when she was like at the end, well, I never had any issues. And even until I left a year later, and they were like, why did you wait a year? What took you so long? And remember, she was like, um, Danny did say she
there's
never
no
hold
change.
anybody or something like that. So
No,
basically,
she
it
was.
was insinuated that she had no reason to leave. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-mm. She could have stayed if she wanted to, and she said she never had to chain nobody. That's what she meant. Like, I never have to
Exactly.
have anybody on a leash. I never have to. She most likely never had to hit the women or anything like that. They most likely willingly gave their money to her because if you think about it, if you have a good pimp, why am I talking like I've had one before? But whatever. If you
I'm not judging,
you
girl.
know what? If you have a good pimp, you don't mind paying them in a way for your protection.
Yes,
Like,
that
they're
makes
gonna make
yeah,
look out for you. They're gonna take care of you. Hey, get it how you live. That's how I
yeah.
see it. Danny was one. I would have stayed with Danny, honestly.
See, the way I mean, see, you took it that, and I can see that one in a way when they were laughing. No, was it like after that whole scene, and they were
Mhm.
laughing when she said, "Oh, remember, Danny said she never had to chain anybody." Right? Her response when they were like, "Why you stayed a year?" And then they all started laughing. I took that to mean that Danny was holding it down. You know what I'm saying? That she was like, "I didn't want to leave."
Uh-huh.
Versus she
Uh-huh.
was the pimp. To me, I took
Right.
that two different things. She was like, I didn't want to leave. Danny was like,
That was a good scene. What's it called? Comedic relief. It was really good. I
yeah.
laughed out loud at that part.
I like when she took the rings off. Like he came in looking for her, and Danny was like, "You can
Yeah.
sit right here and talk to her." And he just was like, and left. And Danny was like, "Well, she didn't say hold my rings, but she took her rings off, put it in her skirt, and threw it at the bartender. It was like, hold my stuff. I'll be right back.
Right. Let me handle some
No
business.
issues, no scuffs, no
Nothing.
boots. Her Tim's didn't get jacked up. no hair out of place.
I'm curious what happened to Frankie. Like, did he show back up or did she make him disappear? That's the question.
Good question. She said she never had any trouble, so I'm assuming he was around, but he probably crossed the street when she came nearby because Danny put the fear of life in.
She gave him a 1-2 punch.
Exactly, man. That's what you want around. She took off her rings and everything. Okay, girl. Let's see. I still need to get ready for bed. I got to get up at like 5:30. So,
early in the morning. Too early in the morning.
I'm enjoying the book. I don't think I'm gonna have more time. I don't know. Maybe when I get ready for bed. You want to do a 20-minute spread, or you want to just call it a day here?
We can do 20 minutes.
All right, let's do it 20 minutes. I'll kind of read while I get ready for bed, so I'll turn the camera off. But we'll 20 minutes, get a little bit more reading done, see where we're at with this, and then kind of go from there.
Okay.
Awesome.
Good deal.
I'm going to put this on. If my mouse.
So that means we'll end exactly at 8:45.
Oh, perfect. Okay, good to go. See you in 20. Okay. That was the last. How did that go?
Oh, well, I made to 69%,
Okay.
and well, I'm wondering why they feel so comfortable to just walk into people's homes, but that's just me being messy.
They got to get their share of the blood.
I know, but it's like,
Share that was
girl,
not
this is too
initiated ahead of
close.
time.
Yeah, no. She just
I
walking around in the
mean,
house.
she walked into. Okay, you're 16. I'm at 70%. So you got to the Julius home dream.
Right, she's inside of his apartment.
Yeah.
Hmm.
So she gave him what he wanted, right? He not gonna remember it.
Right.
I'm
I
just
don't.
saying.
I maybe early on. I'm at the part where she just came inside and she's looking at stuff on the walls and
Oh,
that's
okay.
it.
Okay.
Mhm.
Okay. Well, let me be quiet. Okay, but yes, you're about to get to the part. I did just read a quote though. You're gonna get to it in a little bit. It's not a spoiler, but she goes, finding those she loved within herself erased the passage of time. That sounds so beautiful. She's talking about
Mhm.
how, you kind of take things from everybody that you meet and how she looks like her mother and stuff. So just the idea
Mhm.
that, connecting with the people around you kind of eases as time passes, especially when those people are no longer there. But
Right.
yeah, but yeah, pretty good.
It's
Um,
good.
what
I'm
happened?
enjoying this chapter. It's good.
Yeah, I feel like it's getting more enjoyable as time passes, and it looks like
Mhm.
time's kind of speeding up. And I think all these people are kind of coming together, so that's nice. Like
Mhm.
it's not completely lost to the book again.
Right.
So
I
that's
thought I
good.
wasn't gonna like this chapter at first, only because it seemed like they were gonna talk about the what do you call it, the theater.
Yeah.
At one point, I thought it was gonna be just all theater, and I was gonna say, "Oh my God, take me out! I don't want to. I don't care about theater." But it's not all that. And there was one part actually where I had to read it like 2 or 3 times because I just kept saying, like the words tasted really good. Let me see. And I wanted to highlight the entire passage, but I didn't. It's when Anthony was telling her that she can't be a student. No, she can be a student all the time.
Uh-huh.
And I think that's something that we all kind of do. Well, not everybody, but for the most part, everybody thinks that they have to do things at a certain time where it has to be
Mhm.
perfect. And he's reminding her, like, no, you have all this time to mess up if you
Yeah.
need to. It's like she doesn't want to, it seems like she's a perfectionist. That's what
It
it
also
seems.
sounds like she's reluctant to make that decision because what if it's the
Right.
wrong one? Like, what if I bring somebody into this life and they're not a
Mhm.
great fit, like Eleanor
Right.
was, and we get to
Right.
see the disposition of her. But
Oh, R.I.P. Eleanor, but R.I.P. Goodbye.
kick rock,
Right, exactly. You were better off gone
yeah.
anyway.
But I think that she sees that. Like that's a prime example of somebody that made a bad decision, Sorrel, and lived
Mhm.
to regret it, right? So I think that
Right.
she's reluctant to make that decision and wants somebody to tell her what to do. And he's like, only but you can tell yourself what to do.
Right.
The
Right.
lessons you've learned, that's on you, boo-boo. So
Hmm.
he's
It's like
a
you
he's
stupid.
a he's a good advice giver. Like that's your ride or die friend. Like I love a good Savannah, but I'm torn between who's my favorite character in the book, Savannah or Anthony. And I think maybe Anthony because he comes playing with the drinks all the time, and
Ready.
he goes with the walks to go find the blood, and he gives really
Mhm.
good advice. Like he's always there if you need it.
Right. And he
And
lets
he's
her
the
talk.
real.
I say he lets her talk. That's the only difference between him and Savannah. Savannah talks more than Anthony does. Anthony listens more. So it's like the
Yeah.
best of both worlds there. But yeah, I'm torn between the two. I wish we had more Savannah, honestly. Like
Savannah's like, I got a gun in my purse. They're like, Savannah, you need to go sit over here. She's like, no, I got a gun. I didn't bring this 45 for nothing.
right. Oh my God. I was like, girl, you are being reckless. And that's right after she was talking about how her children are doing. I'm like, you're not worried about your kids?
Yeah, that's true. That came up. I'm like,
Okay.
what is that? Chris says, what's the line about straight male and female relationships? Men and women can never be friends because the sex thing always gets. That is true. I think males and females tend to get into friend zones if normally it's the men, but it happens on the other side too. If one of the other people that likes each other can somehow get out of their feelings to get past that this is all we can be and we can't transcend to be something deeper than just buddy like that, then if you can get past that, then that's great. But tends to be people tend to wait in the wings. Now that don't mean that somebody can maybe get past that and be like, okay, I think we're better as friends. Even if you throw it at me, I'm not going to take it. But generally, it's always somebody waiting. And that's the reason why women don't want their boyfriends to have female friends and stuff. And why men, for the most part, though, really is why women, men don't want their women to have male friends because they know how they are, in my opinion. Maybe that's sexist, but men know how other men are and they know what that's about. So when you have some dudes that's like, I'm gonna be your friend and go shopping with you, he just knows the dude's probably just waiting for you to be like, Yeah. I gotta find you a really good IG video that I saw. It was so funny. I sent it to my sisters. Basically, it's a male and a female. It's all staged, of course. It's a male and a female get into a fight, right? And he's leaving the house and he's like, whatever, you're gonna regret leaving me. Nobody gonna be wanting you anyway. And he leaves the house, and immediately there's like all these different people they show in, sequence that's like lurking. Like there's the gym buddy, and he's like, and then there's the regular friend who's shopping with some flowers, and then there's the guy in the grocery store. Basically, it's like you leave your girl, there is somebody already waiting to get at her, waiting for y'all to break up. So the guy's like,
waiting in the wings.
Exactly. So the guy sees these guys and he decides he hadn't even left the house, like the whole yard yet, and he decides to go back in and try to work it out with his girlfriend. And then there's another one where the guy and the girl are driving in the car and he basically kicks her out because they get into an argument and he's like, fine, I'm breaking up. Nobody gonna want you anyway. And she's like, fine. And she gets out the car. She's not even 5 feet. And there's another guy that pulls up and picks her up.
Come on, get on in the car.
Exactly.
You don't know what he's missing. Which is very true. That's like the first thing to come out of their mouth, which is like, nobody's gonna want you anyway. And it's like, no, there's somebody out there for everybody, and you're not the only one for me. So
that's
how about
true.
that?
That's true. And maybe these other people may not want me for a particular, like for maybe the reasons I want, but I guarantee you somebody wants something.
Right.
in some part, in some way that you want, that you're gonna be upset by. So you better think about it. Oh, that's funny. But I do like that they're able to kind of salvage the friendship. So we call her an entrepreneur. Exactly. Making her own way.
She's doing it all. She's doing it all. Okay. Exactly. Gilda is doing it. What did she do first? She was working in the brothel. Then after that, I don't think she was working when she was with what's his name? Sorrel and Anthony. I don't think she was working then. She was just living her life. Yeah. Then, actually I meant to mention this earlier. The opening of chapter 3 or 4, whichever the chapter is with Aurelia, I thought she was a maid. When I was reading it at first, I was like, is she a maid? What is going on? And
she's an entrepreneur. She got her own spot.
She has everything. But no, she was just helping her wash dishes and stuff and clean clothes or something like that because the husband had just passed away. Yeah. But I thought she was a maid after that. And then it seemed maybe she was just an investor in that town, possibly. I don't know. Like, I'm pretty sure people wonder where her money.
I think, you know how they stored money all over. But she was, I think, part of one of those land grabs. I recently just read Blackbirds in the Sky. I don't know if you've heard of that. I have a video. I was really, really good. But it talked a lot about like how back in the day they used to give land grants in the 1800s. They would take give Native Americans land and then go ahead and take it away. So it was a lot of that. So the government would have these land grant initiatives they would call them land runs. So basically, they would post on a certain day that if you're at a property occupying, I don't know, 3, 4 acres or whatever, if you stay on that land and cultivate it for a number of years and prove that you're working it, then it's yours. And that is the way how they settled a lot of the West, by basically offering land. You pay, I mean, not a whole lot, but you pay, but it's basically wilderness, like mountains of Montana. Like, you know, that book,
Right.
Lone Women by Victor
Yeah, I was
Lavelle?
gonna say that. It's like Lone Women when she went out up there. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah, and it's a prime example. So I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that was what was with Gilda, and she was one of them land runs that she had out there, and so she was cultivating the land. So it was only a few of them out there. So but that's very interesting. Blackbirds in the Sky talked about that, about how a lot of that land was like Native American lands that was given to them. Then the government give, then they take it back, give, then they take it back. And so I thought of that. A lot of these books interconnect with some of the history.
Right.
But that's how she met her out there. Very inhospitable. What else I want to say about the
At
book?
all. So yeah, that this chapter, that's the only thing that really stood out to me. That talking about when he was, what did he call it? Sorry, I'm having a brain fart. When Anthony was talking to her about how she can't just keep waiting around, because she said she felt like she was stuck. But it's like, girl, that's
Yeah,
your own doing. You feel like you're stuck because of yourself. You need to get out there. Don't be afraid to make mistakes. You
I'm
know.
surprised he's encouraging her to like go out and turn people, but I guess it's the idea that she won't be alone because it looks like they kind of couple up. And
Hmm.
so maybe he doesn't want her to just kind of like go alone around. So it's like finding somebody. But
Right.
I think that he wants her to just think about that instead of waiting around. Because he says when she feels like she's connected to Bird, remember he was saying you can't wait for her to tell you the answer. And he
Hmm.
was saying Bird could be, your mother, father, brother, sister, and
Yes.
all that stuff, but
Hmm.
she can't make
Create
you
a family.
create your family.
Right.
I thought that was very
It's up to
interesting.
you. Yes, it's up to you to create your own family.
Yeah, I think that was what I'm looking to highlight.
Hmm.
Yeah, I think that was what I highlighted. I was looking to see that. Yeah,
What
but
book
I'm
is
at
it?
70%, so I should definitely be finishing by the end of the week. So I should be messaging you
Same
about.
here. I'm gonna read the rest of the night because we're gonna be washing clothes anyway
Oh
and doing
no.
some paperwork, do some administrative work. Yeah, just maybe till like 11. I usually don't go to bed until maybe a little bit before 12 anyway. So, and I already
Oh,
took my shower, so I'm
I'll
I'm
choose
ready.
as well.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Okay. Well, enjoy. You'll probably get further than I have because I work the next 2 days. I don't really have a whole lot of time to read at work at this particular job or think. And stopping in the sprints is like a non-existent lately. So so much. I got to work with doctors and go to the OR and stuff tomorrow to learn some stuff. Well, that and Tuesday. So it's going to be busy. So Wednesday will probably be a better day for reading for me. So
Okay, so that's what I'll do. I'll wait until Wednesday to check in to see where you are, and then
okay.
we'll be chatting about it.
Okay, that works. Let's see.
Mhm.
Oh, thank you very much, Chris, for coming by. Thank you, Elena, as
Yeah.
well. Much appreciated. Your Black Wall Street video was wonderful. Glad you highlighted it. Oh, thank you very much
Mhm.
for checking it out. I really did enjoy that book. I learned a lot. Oh, speaking of, I know this is off topic.
No
Okay,
problem.
so Blackbirds of the in the Sky. Okay, I know, Chris, you've heard of it. You've heard of this book? You know what I'm talking about?
No, I'm looking it up right now. Mm-mm.
You have that one, and then there's another book called Master, Slave, Husband, Wife.
I've heard of that
And
one.
yeah, it was yeah. I DNF that one at like
Oh.
50%. I think it was like 51.
Mm.
I just
Oh,
couldn't do it.
I have seen
Let's-
this book before. Okay, I just didn't
Yeah,
recognize the cover. Okay, so yes,
yeah,
I've seen it
yeah.
before. I just didn't remember the title.
Yeah, the yellow, but yeah, but yeah, this was a really good book. A lot of history, not just about that, but about like Native Americans. Like I feel like the whole maybe first third was about Native American stuff, but still relevant history in Will, because a lot of people forget they were the first SLAVES of the United States. So their history goes intertwined with ours, if you ask me.
Right,
Um,
the
but
intersection.
but that was a good one. But the Master Slave Husband Wife book I thought was interesting. It's kind of on the same premise, like it goes through history, but it's not. It's like a complete history. It's just so much info dump. I could not absorb it. It
Mm,
wasn't the story I wanted. I should have just looked up. There has to be a book that specifically tells of that particular husband wife couple story. It references it, but the book just wasn't. I was just struggling, and I was like, I'm not gonna finish this. And I went to that one. I was like, "Ooh, this one's much better." So,
so better, reads better.
Block
I think
Walls for
that one, the master husband slave wife, the master slave husband wife, that one's adult, and the other one, the Blackbirds in the Sky, is YA.
Oh, that's why. Oh,
Well,
I mean, they're
according
both
to my
non.
library.
Well, they're both nonfiction, so
Mm,
it's less info. I wouldn't necessarily. I mean, they're both historical nonfiction.
right.
I wouldn't necessarily put them, I guess, in the same category. It's just telling you about some true history. Both are disturbing, if you ask me. But I don't know if I would necessarily
But this
categorize.
one may be, what you call it, more digestible or easier to read
Yeah,
than the other one.
yeah,
I know what you're talking about. Sometimes you read these adult nonfiction and it feels like a whole bunch of just facts where you have to
yeah,
keep going to the index and then looking at the footnotes. And it's like, dang, what is this? A
yeah,
collection of articles?
yeah, and a bunch
Where's
of
the narrative?
people.
I need
Yeah.
narrative. I don't need a
It
bunch
was
of
it
facts.
was long, yes, a
Mm,
lot of info. I think with this one with Blackbirds, I think it hits home. I mean, it tells you facts, but it hits home more with like specific things instead of taking an entire history and going through each and every and then pulling out these little obscure details on all these people that did these things you never heard of. It's just a lot. I think if you're going
mm,
to read like the other book, I feel like it's almost deceiving, and maybe both of them are, because it tells you about, hey, that's what this story is. Hey, Tulsa Race Massacre, about this husband and wife, but it's so much more than that. Like by far, that's a small part of the book, you know,
mm,
because it keeps going off on tangents. But this one, I think, is more concise about what it is trying to say. I didn't expect the whole Native American part,
mhm.
but it was very eye-opening into it, and I think that there is definitely a close tie between Native American, and maybe I'm biased, but I think it's a close tie between like Native American history and Black African American history. So, but I don't know. Anyway, worth checking out. I appreciate you reading, checking out the video.
Yeah,
I'd
yeah.
heard of Black Wall Street. I thought it was in Mississippi because there is a Greenwood, Mississippi, but it's actually in Oklahoma. And so I learned that.
Mm.
So that was very interesting too. I have tomorrow off, but I'm certainly not celebrating tomorrow. I'm pretending tomorrow is an extra Valentine's Day. Love
Right. My
yourself.
kids are off
Okay.
tomorrow. President's Day is tomorrow. I didn't know. But they know. That's all that matters, I guess.
That's true. That's true. You can put them to work at home. Okay.
I sure am. They gonna be up washing these clothes too. They got
That's
chores.
true.
They took
That's
out the
true.
trash. They're gonna clean the bathroom tomorrow.
See,
They
what
got
you do
quiet.
is you get kids in on these chores. This is what people I feel like tend not to do. Get kids in as early as possible. I'm not saying work them like, then some sweatshop or something, but I'm just saying get
Right.
kids in early. And I'm not talking about a lightness. I'm talking about get them realistic and add things on according to, their age and stuff and manageability into the chores and
Mhm.
the everyday things so that they're aware of what goes into stuff. Because you'd be surprised
Right.
if kids are finally aware of, hey, I go through a lot of freaking clothes. I got to wash these clothes. Maybe they'll be a little bit more responsible in what they are throwing in the laundry and how much they're using. Maybe they will,
Mhm.
maybe they won't. Either way, you're not the only one doing it. Helps
Right.
you out.
Mhm. Yep.
Let
Yep.
them know money does not grow on trees. Like my nephew used to just walk through the house. Oh, we like with his friends. Oh, we got these stacks. We got these stacks, and and have all his friends eat up
Oh
everything.
my
And then
God.
like, these were supposed to last a month and they last 3 days. And I was like,
My
oh,
feelings are hurt.
yeah. I'm like, you know what? Don't buy anything to refresh that. How about that? He will learn.
Yeah.
Okay. He will
Yes,
learn.
that's what we're doing right now with the oldest and bananas. He goes through. We bought 4 bunches of bananas last Saturday, and they were gone by like Monday or Tuesday. They were gone, and he's like, "Okay, I don't have any more bananas." I said, "Yeah, we're not buying no more."
He did say he loved
We're not buying no
bananas. He
more.
still hasn't
He
gotten
does,
off that
but
kick.
he doesn't. He doesn't watch. He just keeps going. It's like if you sit here talking to him, he can go through a whole bunch at one time, and then still throughout the rest of the day, he wants to eat more, which is fine. We don't mind him eating. It's just that he's not thinking about the cost of stuff. And then like today, we have 10 plantains. They ate 6 this morning. My husband happened to come home for lunch and was like, "What are y'all eating? 6? I just bought 10. You only got 4 left." They don't think about the cost of stuff. So he said, you all don't think about it now because you're not paying for anything. So we're no longer going to be stopping in between grocery hauls and stuff to buy extra stuff. It's gone, it's gone. That's it. Don't be walking around talking about, I wish I had something. I wish I had banana. And I wish I had more money. But we're not going to get it. You're not going to get your bananas, and I'm not getting extra money. Oh, well. Oh, well.
Buy that banana flavoring.
No, he
Stuff that's
wants the
been
he
a
wants the
little
real
dip dip.
banana. So no, he got some money. I said, use your own money. Ma, I'm saving my money for something. I said, I'm always saving my money for something too. So you telling me that I don't care. I don't
That's
care.
what
You
kids
have
always
money.
do. They want you to spend your money, but they don't want to spend theirs when they got it. And it's
No,
like, how about I not
dude.
give you any money and then I can buy it and then you don't have to worry about
Right.
it.
So I told him tomorrow because I'm going to wake up early to go and get some stuff from the store before the crowd starts, and I'll be able to work after that. I said, if you want to go get some bananas, bring your money and come with me to the store, and you can go and get them. Otherwise, you're going to have to just wait until next week or the end of this week on this Friday because we go to the grocery store every 2 weeks. So just wait.
Yeah, that's what I do
You
every
can
two,
wait.
3 weeks.
You'll be fine.
I
Mm-mm.
will say this though. Watch out for his potassium because that does affect heart and stuff. And bananas have a lot of potassium in it. And bananas is the number one I think last I looked up is the number one fruit with tons of sugar. So you want to watch that glycemic index of how much he ingests.
Yeah,
That
I
could
always tell him
cause
that he don't
issues.
listen. He does not listen.
I mean,
I
he
don't
might
even.
not listen, but I will say this: he don't have access. What you gonna do when it's not there?
Right. So that's why we're not buying anymore. Luckily, he gets his blood taken every time he goes to the doctor's office anyway. So they do check all his levels.
Yeah,
Everything is fine now, but you never know. Your body changes as you get older.
that's true. He got
So
youth on his side.
yeah, I always tell him watch out. I'm always having trouble with him and the bananas, and you got the youngest one that doesn't drink enough water. So I'm always having to
Two
talk.
different problems.
Yeah. I'm like, can I just one day just not have to say anything to either of y'all? Just
Nah,
let
they're
me feel like y'all don't exist for just one day. Pretend like you're not here. But it's
That's
fine. It's
kids. They will try you, girl. Try you,
fine.
try you, try
Mhm.
you. Okay, let me get out of here, y'all. I'm supposed to be in bed right now
Yeah.
sleeping. I've been having insomnia and it's just, I slept
Oh
good last
no.
night, so hopefully we'll see. So,
You'll sleep okay. Have some good
well,
drinks.
we'll see. I took a melatonin tablet and it hasn't kicked in yet, but we'll see. We'll see.
Hmm. Fingers
Okay,
crossed.
there you go. Fingers crossed. All right, it's been a good time. Much appreciated. I'm glad we
Yes,
got through
yes,
this book. We
yes.
got about 20%. That's pretty good. We'll knock it out by
Right.
the end of the week.
And I
46.
think we're gonna be done before the end of the week.
Oh,
Mm.
yeah. Then we'll say we did it.
Woo.
Yay. Okay. Thank y'all all for attending. If there's anybody in the
Thank
chat,
you.
Mom, you're supposed to be here. So I'm
She
thinking
may
you're the
be
one.
here.
I'm not
I'm waiting for
sure.
her to say hello one day. Mhm.
Oh, Mama doesn't type. She's on her cell phone
Oh.
just looking. I gotta send her the link. So she doesn't type. So sometimes what I used to do in my previous sprints is I would call her at the beginning and allow her to say hi to people or whatever. But we've been going through some stuff lately. She's out of
Mhm.
town with some, family stuff she's taking care of. So she might
Yeah.
have already put the phone down and been in another room for the last 2 hours for all I know. Over here, Mom. Much appreciated. Thank you for coming.
Yes. Thank you for coming.
Okay.